はい、こんばんは。こんばんは。わこつわこつわこつわこつわこつわこつ。わこいつ、わこつ。わこつ。どうなってんマジ今、YouTube。いや、ビビるぐらいバグってない？私だけかなと思ったら、ねえ、なんかコメントで、いや、そんなことないで、みたいな。そんなことないよって。ちはやもなってるしな。いや、ガチでバグりすぎですが、やっていこうかなって思います。今日のゲームはですね、私が、デビューする前からずっとやりたかったゲームです。はい。ずっとやりたかったです。はい。ずっとです。どれぐらいずっとかっていうと、別にデビューしてから実況するっていう面じゃなくて、プレイするっていう点においてだと、もう、10年は言い過ぎかな。10年 ?8 年マジこれ出たてかな。本当にもう8年、9年ぐらいずっとやりたかったっていう。そう。寝かせました、だいぶ。このザ・スタンリー・パラブルっていうゲームがですね、このタイトルにも書いてあったんですけど、指示中、ナレーションの指示を聞きながら、一応、オフィス空間をね、探索するアドベンチャーゲームなんですけど、途中で、例えば、右に見えるものは何とかだと思う、調べてみようっていう感じの声が聞こえたりするんですけど、それに従うか、従わないかは、プレイヤー、操作する私次第です。っていうゲームです。一応、いいゲーですね。やっていこうと思います。パソコンはギリギリ見えるぐらいまでする。ギリギリ見える。これ一番嫌いなんだよな。ギリギリ見えるって何？どこまでギリギリ攻めていいのかいつもさ、開かないんでね。だってこれでもさ、見えるって言われたら見えるよ。だって。これは見えない。これ迷うな、マジで。見える。これ見える。そう、配信に向いたっていうのもあるんでね。そう、潰れちゃうんで、これは。これぐらいにしとくか。これぐらいでいい？多分これだったらみんなギリギリ見えてんじゃない？うるせえ指示すんなガンってやりたいけど。パソコンだとギリ上がるギリかな。じゃあスマホの人もいるからこれぐらいにしとこう。よし、確認。さて。現在の時刻、やばい。特定されちゃうって。特定されちゃうよ、今。配信者なんですよ、自分。PM の9時ですね、9時。9時の34分です。あ、やばい。特定されちゃう。怖い。お家来ちゃうよ、みんなが。でしょ。いつもね、34分の時に34でするか35でするかちょっと迷っちゃうんですけど、35にさせてください。よいしょ。これでいいかな。オッケー。アクセシビティ設定は、ありがとうございます。オッケー。了解。とりあえず、ゲーム進めていきましょう。大丈夫？うるさくない？お、電話来てる。ってことで、ザ・スタンリー・パラブル実況を始めていこうと思います。そう、この感じをしたかった、私は。ゲームを始める。さて。お、びっくりした。はい。私ですね。あ、大きくない？大丈夫？うるさくない？皆さん、うるさくない？私と同じぐらいのさ、声の大きさじゃない？大丈夫？ちょっとちっちゃくする？うるさい？平気？大丈夫そう？あ、じゃあいいや。従業員ナンバー、死にな。死にな版427。やば。はい。なるほどね。もう指示されとるやん、ずっと。 やむわ。そうだろ。やばいやばい、右手しか動かしたら。これが私か。本当に言ってる？本当に言ってる？
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions.
誰もいなくなってんじゃん。ボイコットや。ボイコットや。帰れ帰れ。
Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
出て行きましただって。出て行きましただって。出て行かねえよ。出て行かねえよ。なんかある？開かない。私何をしてるんこれ。持ってたりしない？持ってたりしない？持ってないの？見てみよう、一回。コントロール。ジャンプ。しゃがむ。オートウォーク。オートウォークっての、すげえ。勝手に歩く。すごい。オッケー。なんも持ってるものない？これ全裸になってもいいってことコメント欄で同じこと書いてんじゃねえよ全裸になってもいいってことだよね。パソコン壊れてんじゃん。何も打てねえよ。あれ、ジャンプはできないですか？特になんもないのか。やばいね。興奮してきたね。特にここら辺はいじるものがない。うわぁ、字細かくて読めねえ。でもマジでここでしか仕事してないの？やばくない？こんなパソコンさ、昔のパソコンなのに、Bluetooth とか、そういうなんか無線なんですかこれは。キーボード飾りじゃなくてこれ。飾りじゃないのこれ。だって配線ないよこれ。配線ない。お前これでずっと仕事してたって絶対嘘だろ。100繋がってないこれ。大丈夫？病んでるわ。会社一体が病んでるわ。出てみようか。やばい。あ！おい！私のオフィスっていうか、私の部屋が。てか、私の部屋ってあるのもおかしいよな。一人一人隔離されてんのこれ。あげろ！なんもない。なんも開けれない。開けて。こう引くとかないか。あげろ！
All of his coworkers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
会議室に行くことにしたらしい。会議室には行かない。まだ。どっかにいるはずだ。おい、出といて。気をつけんな。こいつ何仕事してたの？鉛筆研ぐだけの仕事。簡単な作業。多分こいつ無能だわ。432番はね、こんなね、でも日の光浴びてるからな。日の光どころかこれもなんか大丈夫？外からライトめちゃくちゃ照らされてんのかな。はい。人のね、可能性をそうやって潰すのは良くないですよ。ダメです。きっとね、同僚が何か残してくれてるはずなんだよ。誰にも何も言わないでみんな消えることなんてないだろ、だって。あ、でもほら。 あ、配線あるわ。配線あるやつとないやつあんだ。なんかないの？なんかないの？なあ。お。あ、消しちゃった。ごめん。作業途中だったかな。やべえ、消しちゃった。ごめん、マジでごめん。だって。あ、お父さんなのかな。シャープ1って何？いや、ちょっと。あ、やばい。なんもないかな。やばい。ちょっと。このオフィスやばい。闇が深すぎる。特に開けれない。どこ行っちゃったの？どこ触ってもキーボードの音する。肩。行かないのダメですか？どうせ進んだらさ、こっちもどうせ閉まるだろ。あ、閉まらない。閉めてみるか。開くわ。何してんだろう。作って途中かな。消しとこうぜ。ポチ。これで、お前は仕事できないにって私に仕事が回ってくる。ざまあみろ。いや、ちょっとあれすぎじゃない？拾いなよ。これみんな出て行ったとか、うんぬん前にちょっと、あれだよ。会社の治安がやばい。会社の治安がやばいです。この部屋かわいそう。右も左もなんか筒抜けでかわいそう。うわぁ。広いなマジで。あ、もう全然開かない。どこも開かない。ね、スケよ。まあ、こっち行くしかないか。11時21分。お。これ仕事中だぞ。こっちとらちょっと花粉症だって認めたくないけどずっと鼻が詰まってイライラしてんだよ。データぐらい消させろ。これは花粉症っていうのか？イライラしてんだ。おい。そんなとこ置くからだよ、バカが。I hate Monday 。これオニメイトも欲しいんじゃない？あげろ！何？上から脱出しようとしてるじゃん、君。417。10番違いの彼女はどこ行ってしまったんでしょうか？花粉症が。これ花粉症っていうのこれ。昨日泣いたからこうなってんじゃなくて。おい！おくそボケが。は？どっちとも閉めてやるね。あれ。左かな？左だよね、やっぱり。あ。左ですよ。くそ。おい、仕事してる！こいつ。データ消してやるよ、この野郎！あれ。戸締まりすごいな、ここの人たち。鍵内側がかけてんのかな？でもいないからな。なあ。会議室や。
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
上の階にある上司のとこに行けと。はあ。会社でさ、I hate Mondays って書いてあるマグカップ使うのなかなかあれだよな。You most of all. はい。そうですね。そうですね。電気代無駄じゃない？止めようぜ。何の会社なんここマジで。私これ入社どこに、何怖い。これ作ってるやつ気が触れてるぜ。大丈夫？あ、ちょっと読んでる。あ、くそ。日本語で OK。日本語で OK。トゥードゥリストあるよ。ちゃんとみんなしてるこれ。ちゃんと。あ、すごい。日本語で OK。ちょっと、行きたくないな。仕事したくないな。仕事したくないもんだって。鼻が詰まっててイライラするから仕事もしたくないんだよ、我が。お。
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
うるせえ。私は決めることだろ。なんか、ないの面白いやつ。
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
わかんないだろ。わかんないだろ。もしかしてなんかあるかもしんないじゃん。同僚が隠してあるメモ帳とかさ。
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way.
なんか嫌みったらしいなこいつ。
He's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
うっせえ。誰？なんかあるかもだろ、バカ。そうやって人の可能性を潰すからお前はダメなんだよ。
Are you really still in the broom closet?
せえな。
Standing around doing nothing? Why?Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
話しかけてくんな。実況中なんだこっちは。ベンチ。もう、
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.I never would have thought to mention it.
めたいよ。ダメ。あれ、下に下ろしてあげた方がいいよ、マジで。
To you, this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
顔につけんな。
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how
バ
stupid
カ
he
に
is.
すんな。
That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
嫌い私のこと。
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing
殺さないで
here
よ。
when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
めっちゃ煽りよるやん、こいつ。このおっさん。いいだろ、私は別にここにいても。何がダメだって言うんだ。うざいな。だてめえ、アンチかてめえ。ふざけんな。もうビビってんのか。もうないのか。ボカ品か、お前は。それしか言えることがないのか。麻薬と売春婦に溺れてる鬼頭美咲は、まだいけるぞ。なあ。勝ったわ。勝し、勝ったわ。
second player. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
ちょっとおちょくってもダメか。もうお前は本当に死んだんだな。死んだな。いいだろう。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
下に行こう。怖いね。あ、なんかある。サボテン。はい、なんとか。なんとか、なんとか、かんとか、なんとか、かんとか。読めない。けど手紙だね。猫が自転車に乗っているなんだ何くっついた。怖い。何怖いんだけど。音がやんだ。怖い。
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss.
上司と対面する。まあそうだね、確かに。
And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished.
もしかしたらみんな今会議中かもしれんだわけだしな。
Something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons.
まあ確かに楽しんどこう。それは言えてる。
So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above.
浮いた。
He imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield. And it too appeared. It was so much fun. And Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
まあ確かにそれは言えてる。
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams,
確かに
it was that of course this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
今が一番目が覚めてるの？
Hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock
あ、出して。
to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain
出して。
that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control. That this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. The weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
No dream.
Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons.
そんなあるやりがい感じてんの？
It's all I want.
やだ
I
よ。
want my apartment and my wife and my job.
あ、
All I
結
want
婚
is
している
my life
妻がいる。
exactly the way it's always been.
それはそう。
My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
怖い怖い怖い。
I am okay.
怖い。ノットオッケー、ノットオッケ
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up.
ー。おい、ちょっとやめてやめて。こういう BGM 嫌い。
I am real. Please, just someone tell me.
やばいやばいやばいやばい。焦る焦る焦る。怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い。Who am I? Who am I?
And everything went black.
ブラック。お。怖い。
This is the story of a woman
変
named
わったんだけど。
Mariella.
マリエラ？私が？
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
はい
She rose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
こ
But
れ
on
ス
this
タ
particular day,
死体
her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then
死にまし
collapsed
た
dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an
いや呼んで
ambulance,
くれよ
for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange
はい
man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew.
まあそうだね
Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal.
いや
I am sane. I am in
死体を
control.
見てそんな風に思わないでくれる？
I know what is real and what isn't.
通報してく
It
れ
was comforting to think this. And in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel
友達になり
better.
たくねえな
But then she remembered the meeting she
やだ
had
な
scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life.
はい
She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there,
え？通報は？
staring down at the body,
通報は？
and then she turned and ran.
走りさいや通報はしてくれあそして俺がいるってわけえ
All
あ
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
あ
Stanley decided to
って
go to
い
the
う
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
夢だったえいやーおかしいですよおかしいですよ誰もいない
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
まあねさっき左入ったし右行こう
This
か
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
ダメだ誰もいない誰もいない気が狂いそうだちょっとこんな一人一人で部屋いるいらないくない
Yes, truly a room
Whoa.
worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
そうねめちゃくちゃ綺麗なオフィスやと思うちょっと離れすぎじゃないって思うけど真ん中に机ぐらい置いたらどうなのこれ
Yes, really, really worth it.
いやーそうそうめちゃくちゃいいデザイナーズじゃないこれ
Utterly captivating
うん
that even though all your
そう
co-workers
ね
have mysteriously vanished,
いや、マジで魅力的。こう一段下げるとか、マジで考えきれないもん、私だったら。ここのね、書類も実にいいね、ゆかり直置きのマグカップも。私のせいだっつうのが、おいひでえなちげえよ。いや、このね、ちょっと微妙に曲がったね、机もね、この微妙に。そうだね。いや、これも芸術点高いわ。ハイセンスよ。本当に。ハイセンスでしかない。上からなんか逃げれそうだったよね。床はマグカップ。この会社あるあるなんだろうな。マジで。いや、マジで花粉症ってやばいね。本当に。やばいね。ねが言えないの。言えないのって、なんか何ぬでのが言え、何ぬでのが言えない。花粉症なのこれって。これ花粉症なの？花粉症なのかなこれ。何言うねの。花粉症じゃないもん。違うけどさ。花粉症。鼻詰まってるの？鼻詰まるのって花粉症なの？最悪だよ。Keep dry。耳鼻科行ってお薬もらうと楽になるよ。マジで。何のねんの。旗文字みたいな。旗文字だ。旗文字だ。旗文字だ。おいおいちょ。旗文字だ。旗文字。やばいやばい。騎士、藤井聡太の将棋トレーニング。なんでもないです、なんでもないです、なんでもないです。こっちかな。まっすぐ行ってたもんな。お、なんだここ。え、すいません。ごめんね。設計。ねえ。ここ。うわ。ああ、死にたい。死んでいい？てんじゃ。死んでいいかな？もうこの会社嫌だし。この会社嫌だし。死んでいいっすか？これ半分落ちてるだろ、もう。僕って空飛べる？一緒に行くね。Do not jump from the cargo。でも、ジャンプできないもん。こうやって。あ、やばい。うわ、こう落ちたい落ちたいごめん高いとこいると落ちたくなっちゃう。すいません。ちょっと、発作が。死んじゃった。死んじゃった。死んじゃった。普通に死んだ。私なんか、大丈夫だと思ったのに。っていう夢落ちってわけ。チンチン大好き。チンチン大好きいいね。私もチンチン大好き。わかるわかる。どうがこれ。ね、そうそうそう。あの高津ならさ、骨折で生きると思ったんだよね。無理か。わかんないよ、マジで。はい。まず右ね。あれぐらいの高さで落ちただけで死ぬなよ。変態漫画大好き。わかるわかる。変態漫画わかる。大好き。This room. That beautiful room. Gorgeous.
Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
はあスパム体制かよ。これスパムだろ。スパムさんいらっしゃい。
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
スパムって
ago.
美味しいよね。ちょっと乗っとくか。おとなしく乗っとくわ、じゃあ。
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult. But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Really? In the middle of something, do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
ごめん。ちょっと、いけると思ったんだよ、バカが。いけたからいいじゃん。怒んな、バカが。せえな。チャンスなってねえんだよ。うわ、怖っ。2B3。開けてよ。ちょっとぐらい。なあ。おい。
Now listen carefully, this is important.
あ、はい、わかりました。はい。
Stanley walked through the red door.
レッドね。なるほどね。でもさ、私、髪の毛のインナー青くするぐらい青は好きなんですよ。いや、赤もいいと思いますよ、正義の色。いや、いいと思います。でも赤はさ、やっぱなんか炎とか、そういうさ、危険なね、気持ちを増幅させる色でもあるんですよ。だから、街灯の色は赤とかあんま良くないとか。だから、ちょっとね、こっちかな。
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue door. Okay.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
字幕まで。あ、これ、青あるじゃん。青あるじゃん。
Alright, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
やっぱね、青色が急に青からオレンジへ。鬼頭みさきの色。
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
ゲーム会社の裏見れた。嬉しいな。
Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
デバッグしてる気分。
あ、a third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
試してみてって言われたら試したくなくなるんだよな、別に。別にいいんだよな。別にいいんだよな。だって試してみてってことはさ、もうさ、試してって、もう作ってるじゃん。見てってことは。さあ。だって、それはいけないね。こっちかな。あ、もう結局全部作ってねえじゃねえか。
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
もうとてもいいと思いますよ。とてもいいと思います。
You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, It's instinct
うん、
mostly.
そうだね。体の内側から声がしますね。
I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul.
アイデアっていつもそんなもん。
Can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
私のために作ってくれたってこと？え？誰？オフラインだけど。え？一番下ってこと？なんすか？エラー？は？だってめ。うざ。は？そのどん底。
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
お前なんて1だよ。全部1だわ。ボケが。
I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
ちょっと待って。待って。うるさい。待ってよ。4時間は無理。うるさい。まあ前言ったんですけど、知らない赤ちゃんなんで自分よりは大事じゃないんですよ。と思いたい。ごめん赤さん、ごめんな。自分の時間の方が大事だわ。座。
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
歌わないでもらえますか？著作権が。はい。え？
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians.
あなたの肝タワー。いや。
Perhaps for some sort of twisted purpose.
覗きね。覗きね。はい。そうですね。はい。肝タワーに住んでんだ、私ここ。マジ？これ自殺しようとしてない？これ。え？相変わらずクリックのとは変わんないよっていう。これが私の妻ですか？いいですね。これ何書こうとしてんのこれ。何？クックブック。いいね。結構いいんじゃない？いい部屋じゃん、これ。肝タワー降りれんのこれ。降りれる。肝タワ 市民見てるって言ったけど、市民全然。いやいや。いや、行きますよ、私は。いや、市民全然おらんが。
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
え
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
なんで
You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
もうちょっとここ遊ばして。
Something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
もうちょっと遊ぼう。また違うゲーム？あそこ隙間ある、あそこ隙間あるよ、隙間。あえ
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
だからね、上とかなんかね、いろいろできそうな感じじゃないこれ。ゴールしてね、ボールをゴールにシュートできるこれ。あ。
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack.
そうね。そうだね。そうだね。そうだね。そうだね。ボールで、そうね。これ大丈夫？これ大丈夫？私生身でいいの？車じゃなくていいのこれ。楽しいな。このゲーム楽しい。わーい、ボールだ、これボールだ。嬉しい。ボタン一つ連打するゲームよりこの方が楽しいよね。勝ってる。すごいね。めちゃくちゃ楽しい。楽しい。そうね、ちょっと誰もいないのが寂しいかな。お友達がいいな。お友達欲しい。ゴール。ゴール。ゴール。ゴール。あ、ダメ。あ。うわ。
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
落ちちゃった。うわ暗いよ。助けて。あれこんなボロボロでしたっけ？後ろオフィス。あれこんなボロボロだったっけ？あれあ、時間が経ったんかな？さっきのゲームの中の10分はこっちで言う1年とかそういうこと？ 5 年ぐらい進んでる？もしかして。やばいよ。どこわかった。言うこと聞くから。優しくして。言うこと聞く。明らかにさっきと違うよね、画面が。あんな画面だったっけ？言うこと聞く。いい子にする。美咲ちゃんはいい子にできるよ。あ、なんか、私がボイス撮るときの画面に似てるわ。これボイス撮ってるのかな？これボイス撮ってんの？ボイス撮ってんの？これ。収録してんの？これ。ねえ！やばい。監視カメラ。誰もいない。やばい。そう。ちょっと、僕の部屋が。収録部屋。助けて。みんな
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it, he'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him.
必要かも。
He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way.
ごめんなさい。
Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very
もう
soon.
言うこと聞くから、
I can wait.
いじめないで。なんもない。あ。ってことでね、ザ・スタンリー・パラブの実況やっていこうと思います。ここが私の部屋っぽいですね。時間は11時21分指してます。何なんだろう。いや、わこつわこつ。
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
すごいゲームだ。やっぱね、ゲームだからね、みんな言う通り聞かないといけないね。なんか、どっかで見たことあるな、この、I hate Monday か。なんかどっかで見たことあるな。頭が。
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
どちらにしようかな、天の神様の言う通り。で、ポ打ってバンバンバン。会議室。誰もいないね。じゃあね、バイバイ。
Stanley decided to go up to his... Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
ゆっくりどうぞ。はい。ゆっくりしていいの？わかった。ここ座るね。いやー。やっぱね、やっぱここだよね。落ち着く。なんか、落ち着くんだよ。ここ、すごい。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
ああ、仕方ないな。上に行ってやるよ。仕方ないな。めちゃくちゃいい部屋じゃん。変わりすぎじゃない？マネーいや、落ち着かないこのトイレ。ここでトイレして。髪がここにあって。ちょっと後ろすぎるよね、しかも。腰グリンって、ちょっと腰グリンってやんないと取れないやん。やばすぎ。じゃあじゃあってして、ふきふきってした後にここにね、こう手洗って、拭くっていうね。はぁ。わかるわ。わかるわかる。実家のトイレのとこには漫画置いてたわ。すっげえわかる。うん。すごいわかる。でね、携帯いじっちゃうんだよね、これ。これ携帯いじっちゃうんだよ。すっげえわかる。これプールの床みたいな、何これ。プールのとこに引いたやつやね、これ。絶対変えた方がいいよ。失礼しまーす。へえ。何の恨みがあるんだよ、パンダに。パンダに何の恨みがある？
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
わかんないもんだって。02
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was
0120
2845.
2841? いや、わかんないよ。0000かな。わかんないな。03
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo. 死になとかえらいこっちゃ。えらいこっちゃでほんま。行きたくない別に。興味ない私。来ないとダメ？お邪魔しまーす。なんか嫌な感じ。なんか嫌な感じなんだけど。また落ちちゃうこの人って。大丈夫？上行こう？はぁ？なんで従わないとダメなんだよ。やだ！やだ！人の目先は従いたくない。人の目先は揺るがない。は？くそ。絶対このナレーションのやつにヘブンズドア当ててやる。くそ。何を考えているんだ。やばい、タワーオブテラーみたい。やだ。 Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
帰る。バイバイ。じゃあね。
Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me.
楽しいこのエレベーター。
Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just
楽しい
can't
ね
wait
こ
to
のエレ
find
ベー
out.
ター。でナレーションさん。ねもう一回は？もう一回ダメ？キャッチ。
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for story.
28？ なんだっけ？
Storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other,
違うの？変わっちゃったの？
weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
でももう一回下がりたい。エレベーター乗りたいの、私。あ、もう一回抜ける。
Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again.
キャッキャッキャッキャッ
Coming up with all of this.
キャッキャッ
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time?
エレベーター楽しいエレベーター楽しいね。ね。はあ。
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
はい。え
Okay, I'm ready.
はい。
I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait!
まだね。
No! I need more time to process.
はい。もう飽きたんだけど。いい、やっぱあそこエレベーター乗らなくていいや。返して。仕方ないな。仕方ないな。先生とまで言われたら行くしかない。
I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before.
そうだね。
I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it.
違いない、それは。
How revelatory Stanley's decision making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
足が新しい風となるんだ。そうだぞ。あ。
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley.
Hey.
You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
そうだね。
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting.
わかる。
Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go.
ワクワクす
Isn't
る。
this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it
確か
seems like
に。
nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation of the story, the characters?
どっちも大事だ
Why
よ。
aren't we given time to imagine the surprises?
意外性大事だよね。わかる。
And then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you.
ありがとう。
You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and
そう
not
だね。
pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it.
そうね。
Which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel
わ
sharp
かる。
and
同じものばっかだ
vital
からね。
and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face
伝
of
統に唾を
tradition.
吐くのは、
You're a
まあ
role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the
いや、も
people
ういろんな人に見られてるん
who've
ですけ
been
ど。
following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley.
ありがと
I
うございま
don't
す。
know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the
や
corner
べえ。
here somewhere.
さあ、ちょっと、襟立たさないと。え、い、う、え、お、あ、お。よし、オッケー。記者会見を行います。晴れ舞台だ。ソロライブ、ソロ記者会見。World Peace Baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Okay. 頑張れ。Ladies and gentlemen! なんか記者会見だね。こんな感じじゃない多分。よし。全部見てくれてありがとうありがとうありがとうサネイです。どうもどうもどうもどうもどうもうるせえイエーイ鼓膜がここは私はさっきまで多くの人の目の前でパフォーマンスをうわー
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
冷めちゃった。フロアが冷めちゃったよ。私はいろんな人に。
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
やだ、さっきの日の光をもう一度私は浴びたい。みんなから注目される気持ちよさを。
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
はい、わかりました。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
これなんなんだよくない。これよくない。これよくないですね。実によくないですね。そうだね。まあ、そうね。よくないね。これよくないですわ。上行ける。上行く。じゃあね。こっちのエレベうるさいうるさい。いやうるさい。なんすか 音バグってるだろ。止まんない。止めて。いいよ。ハリボテじゃねえか。ぶっ壊してやれば、この野郎。ダメだ。壊れてやがる。失礼しまーす。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
いいです。すごい。めちゃくちゃ癒されます。
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
すごくリラックスしました。まあ仕方ない。何？ケツ叩かれたみたいな音したよ今。パシャンパシャンって。マインドコントロール施設。エスケープ。まあ言ってやるかたまには。これモニターっすか全部。
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
なんすか？もしかして。
Now the monsters jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
やだ。ずっと見られてただけ。隠れてエロ漫画見てたのも、隠れて DL サイトを見てたのもすべてお見通し。
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
バレていた。やだ。私は帰りたい。返して返して。
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
落ちるの？クエスト。
Here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
何？
Or sad. Or content, walking, eating, working,
マイン
all
ド
of
コン
it
トロール。
monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
まあいいんじゃない？エッチでいいと思うよ。エッチだし。エッチだしね。よくね？いいじゃん。でも人身掌握できるってことでしょこれ。このまんまでいいんじゃね？エッチだし。いいじゃん。それはそれでいいと思う。うん。人身掌握されてたら別に私は気づいたわけだし。いいや。知らねえ。いいと思う、別に。それはそれで。え？よくない？いいじゃん。ほら。え、ダメですか？うわ。お前もコントロールするよ。
I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper
敵を照合なしで起動された場合、
nuclear detonators
核爆弾が爆発し、すべてが消滅するようにセットされています。やばいやばいやばいやばいやばい。
until detonation then, let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
よくないよくないよくない。そういうのよくないよくない。
This is much better than what I
よ
had
くない
in
よくないよくない
mind.
よくないよくない。
What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments.
できること。私にできること。
More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to
よく
start.
ない。
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to me. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, this version of events is rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go will be even better. Goodness, only 34 seconds left. I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds.
あ、追加してくれた。あ、5。
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley?
5になるまで、5になるまであそこを押すか言った。
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
あ、5になってる。
Look at you, running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door.
違うの？緑色のボタンってこと？これ？はい。
Why would you think that, Stanley?
違うの？
That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
なんだよ。
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment.
失望してるよ、お前な。
Here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing, watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
ねえんだって。ねえんだよ。 画面に出てるボタンがねえんだよ、一切な。何？死にだ。グッバイ。え？
Take a look at the clock.
Goodbye.
That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle.
やだーやだーやーやだ怖いやだーやだーせめて彼女作らせて彼女女と散らして女よこせ女をよこせっつってんだおいなおいやめてやだーお願いやばいあバイバイじゃね吹き飛んだわ。という夢は見たのさ。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. ナレーション。場所は喉が渇いたよ。水を汲んできていいかい？ここで放置してみようか。水を汲むよ。水。怖い画面だな。怖い画面で放置すんな、これな。よいしょ。鼻を噛むよ。鼻水をね、噛むのがね、苦手なんですよね。なんでふんって言っちゃうんだろう、これ。いいから。鼻の髪型教えてください。なあ、まあ、特段演出なしか。ナレーションそんなもんか。ナレーションそんなもんなんだな。雑魚。ナレーション雑魚。煽ったらウケるように。バカだな。イカフライ食ってやるわ。自分の見た目も出さず、イカフライ食ってやるわ。うまっ。みんなイカフライ好き？うまっ。うまいよな。あんまり？マジで？うまくない？しゃあねえな。どっちに行ってやろうかな。こっちかな。ムカつく。ムカつく。 Yet there was not a single person here
謝りません。
Feeling a wave of disbelief,
ここ行きたいな。
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
ここ行きたいな。ダメなんですか？
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad, Stanley pushing some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
そうだね。もう、仕事辞めてんじゃん。仕事放棄してんじゃん、お前。最低だな。どんな気持ち？ねえ、どんな気持ち？
Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up.
そうだよ。
Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Mama, Mama. Mama.
Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all this?
Mama. Mama.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Papa. なんかさっき来た場所だな。
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What
こっち
horrible
から
secret
降
did
り
this
れな
place
い。無
hold?
理か。
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
え、どうしたら無視していくタイプ。うん。反抗風よ。拳で。この子も構わずここ見てるのエッチだよな。
Jumped to life. Their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
太りすぎじゃないここ通れないの。みなきちゃんここ通れないのはダメですよ。
And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
ナレーションもイカフライ食べる？夜ご飯？
Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
あれ食べた。
Was this the only reason he was
カ
happy
ツサ
with
ンド。
his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His
いや、多分
own
落ちれない
life
と思
in
う。
someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his
カツサン
entire
ドはね、
life
からし入れない。
blind to the world?
Blind to the world. さっき見たな。
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
え、夜ご飯食ってかじゃカツサンド、まあなんか起きてからカツサンド一切れしか食べてないからおやつ食べてるよ。マインドコントロールズ。マインドコントロール。もっと食べな。いや、なんか家にそれしかなかったからいらねえと思って。
his obligation
めんどくさ
to
く
put
なっ
an
て
end to this horrible place
イカフライが
and to everything
今
it
喋ってんだよ
stands
ナレーションイカフライじゃないわ。そうそう、イカフライが一切れだけ昨日のつまみで残ってたから今もごもごした。炊飯器一杯分食えねえよ。そんないっぱい食えねえよ。
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
Okay.
I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA nuclear detonators are said to
あとこれでさ、これを押したらどうなるんだろうってずっと思ってんだよね。
eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't
同
it?
じかな
It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is
あそこにもある
much
んだよ
better
な。
than what I had in mind.
1、2。
What a shame we have
あ
so little time left to enjoy.
え、なんで
Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
3
But
は
what precious moments
3
each
ど
one
こ
of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
違うの
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good
そうそうそうそう。
mood.
数字ね、無意
I'll
味って
tell
言って
you
たね。
exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to
殺
say
したい
this,
な、こいつを。
this version of events has been rather
よく喋るゴミ。
watching you try to make sense of everything and take
返せ
back
私
the
の平穏な
control
日常
wrested away
を。
from your
ボタンを押してるだけでお金をもらえていた日常を。
go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
大外武装。
What's the matter, Stanley?
大外武装す
Is
る
it
か
that。you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable
これをしたらどうなんだろ
of turning it on? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen,
う。いいで
clicking
しょ
on every little thing in this room.
もういいでし
These
ょ
numbered buttons. No, these colored
もういい
ones.
でしょ
Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything. Something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley?
もう殺し
That
て
this。video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
もう殺して私のことを
Do。you really believe there's an answer?
もう
How
殺して
many
くださ
times
い。
will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just
バレてる。
you and me and the retching explosion of fire
バレてる。
and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again.
バレてる。
And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
うる
Take
さ
a。look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle.
は
30 seconds until a big...
うるさい。
No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I
やば
will
い。
be laughing at every second of your
やばい。
inevitable
や
life
ばい。
from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever
あ
after.
あ。お前も死ねよ。 一緒に死のう。一緒に死のうよ。お変わった。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
ホワイトボードエンディング。ドッグモード。何ドッグモードって。ワンうるせえ。ワンワンモードは私は好きだけどうるさいですね。うるさい。Welcome to the white ball ending. ワン
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
でもワンワンは見たよ。ワンワンはいたよ。全部が無駄ってわけじゃないんだぞ。でも左でさ、あんな風になってたからさ、右行きたいよ、私は。
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
あ、確かにナレーション邪魔できたりできそう、確かに。
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deep? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
たまには従ってみるか。
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Why? だって乗りたいよね。
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, here it's, left.
Right. Right. Come on! Oh, damn it. こっち。
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
おい!
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay. Yes.
早くして、どっち?
I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
そう。右でも左でもないが大丈夫か? いいんだな、それで。絶対だな。どうやって車止めたんここ。さっきのとこじゃん。
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all.
さっき見た。
Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back.
さっき見た。大丈夫。
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense,
じゃあめんどくさいです。
restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track.
それは
Okay.
確かにそう。
From the top.
やっていきましょうかね。わあ、はいはいはいはい。はなんか親からデータ消された気分だった。うん。親からデータ消された気分だ。ファミコンとか。なあ。何度も繰り返してやるよ。何度も何度もな。あれ
No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
人生は冒険だ。地図はないけれど。宝物を探そう。信じてコンパスオブヨーハート。
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone.
彼の同僚たちは全員いなくなってしまったのです。どこにいたのでしょう。あれ何なくなったよ。でもう戻るってこと？戻ればいいの？戻るよ。戻るからね。言うこと聞いてるよ。
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
何？行きゃいいの？何？お前なんだよ。何がしたいんだよ。言うこと聞いたらこれだよ。めっちゃ戻るの？だこいつ！分かったよ。お前の通りやるわ。オッケー。めっちゃ戻るよ。ナレーション通り行くからな、次は。お前の通り動いてみるからな。お前の通り動いてみるからな。お前のと。
Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
ちゃんとしてもらっていいですか？こんなだったっけ？あれ
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building.
そうだね。
Is that correct?
オフィスビルです。あれ
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
勝った
！You put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So,
安いつけてくれて。
Oh no.
違う。
I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work
そ
for
うそう、
that win.
別に勝とうと思ってはないんだよな。
Fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
ついに。
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
これに沿って歩けばいい。わかった。オッケー。なるほど。レールに敷かれた人生歩むってことね。私は真っ平ごめんだけどね。やっぱさっきのいつも通り。さっきナレーション君はこっち来いって言ったじゃない。嘘だったの？
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
君がいいよ、私は。私は君がいいよ。一緒に左に行こうって言ったじゃん。どうしてそんなことするの？私は左側を選ぼうとしたのに、次こそ君の力を頼ろうと、君を信じようと思ったのに。もういいよ。もういいよ。君のことなんか大嫌い。あ、ちょっとだけ鼻通った。何犬ねの？よし。これ病院とはちょっと変わるのかな？やばい。こいつについていかないと声が鳴らなくなっちゃった。せめての反抗心。せめてもの反抗心。あそこ空いてるよ。行きたい。あっち行きたい。私も。仕方ないな。Pia.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination?
いや、本当だよ。どこ行ってんのこれ。
Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a
深いじゃん。
story?
深いじゃん。
Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office,
もう迷いまくって大丈夫？
is this office in fact the skeleton of my own
壁走ったりもう。
experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
うん、なんか大変なことなってる。大丈夫？
Not sure where I was going with all that.
大変なことなってる。
I think what we need right now
大丈
is a
夫？
bit of music to lighten the mood.
うん。じゃんじゃじゃんじゃじゃんじゃんパッパラパランパッパラパパヤパヤパパッパラパパヤパヤパヤパッパラパパヤパディズニーみたいじゃんパッパラパパヤパヤパヤパッパラパパヤパヤパパッパヤヤパヤパパッパヤヤパヤパパッパヤ
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
パパヤーラン
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in
パ
the
パヤ
story.
ーランは
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
パパヤーランはパパヤーランパヤンパヤンパパヤーランパランパランがいいんだけどなんで今のもう一回聞きたいのにパパヤーランパランパラン
Wait, what? We're back at the office?
はい、なんかなってるよ
No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
あ
Oh, no, not again. Line,
いや、お前
how
が
could you have done this to us?
お前が
After
引いてんだ
we
よ
trusted you. After everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
パパヤーランはパパヤーランパランパ
You
ラ
know
ン
what, Stanley?
え
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
そうだね
Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
こっち開いたもしかしてどこ開いたの どこどこあ、ここ何
Now, yes.
エキサイティングだね。
Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story.
なんでもいいね。くるくる回ってるよ。
Story to be. Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley. I'm ready for it.
こう、ラブラブな感じがいいな。ラブラブな感じ。ラブラブな感じがいいな。
Oh no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new
もう
story.
君は嫌いだ。
No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it.
わ、
We should be fine.
パッパラーランパランパランを流してくれるんだったら私は君についていくよ。流せ音楽ミュージックスタート。あ、消えちゃった、ライク。お、
Ah, a choice. We get to make a
いい
decision.
ね。
From
いい
here, the story is in
ね。
our
いいよ。
control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a
そうね。
reverse door.
間違いないわ。
And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where
も
we're
う、
going?
右好きだね、君。
Since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door
私は
on
左
the
の方が
right
好
is
きなんだ
the
けど。
correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny
クラ
awaits.
ピカ理論大好きマンかはおい、私たちの物語だろ。私の意見は私の意見を取り入れろよ。カス。え
Hold up, what's this? Hmm.
これ、電話するからそれる。
Confusion ending.
最終的にモニターあ
You're
る。
telling me
買
that's
う。
what this is? It's all one
2回目。
giant ending?
3
And
回
we're
目。
supposed to restart the
4
game
回目。
eight times?
え
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really?
Ah!
No, it can't be. I don't want it to be.
消えるな。
I don't want
ダ
the
メだ
game
ぞ
to keep。
私死んじゃうじゃねえ
restarting.
か
I don't want to forget what's going on.
お前が
I
消え
don't
た
want to
ら
be trapped like this.
私が死んでしまう。
I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Huh.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean did we do it?
Huh.
Did we break the cycle?
Huh.
The whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us?
誰か来るのやだやだ。君と私だけでいいよ。
So, okay.
どうするのクソデカため
I
息。
guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind
まあ
of
そうっす
story.
ね。
Wouldn't you
まあゆっ
agree?
くりすればいいじゃない
I'm
です
not
か
quite
ね。
sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination.
よく言うね。
So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
そうだよ。ゆっくりゆっくり
Well,
でいいん
in
だ
the
ぜ。
meantime, if you
うわばナレーションくんナレーションくん
all of his co-workers were gone.
ナレーションくん
What did it mean?
消えちゃったの
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
ここに一緒に行ったじゃん。
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
いや。君を、入、
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
おー。おー。おー。おおおアトラクションですか
Hello, and thank you for playing
Eh?
the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a
Hi.
video game released in
そうだね。
2013
あ、楽
on
しい
home computers.
そうそう、懐かしい。2013
After
年。
receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable
そうだね、新しく出ててびっくりした。
reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
へえ。
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new
めちゃんこワクワクしちゃう。めちゃんこワクワクしちゃう。
Okay, so far it's an elevator.
まあこの今やってんのが新しいやつなんでね。めちゃんこワクワクしちゃう。なんか
Is it broken? What's going on here?
動かないよ。
Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last.
やだ、新コンテンツどんなのどんなの？
I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Date. 長い。
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra
どの感じ？
mostly
あ、酷評だったわ。
Okay, let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
ほーい。ジャンプ残りジャンプジャンプサークル何ジャンプすればいいの？あと20か。19、18、すげえ着地が重そうなジャンプだね。はい。もう終わり。なんもない、そして。ない。
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be
いや、
something
さすがに
else, right?
新コンテンツで飛ぶだけっておかしいだろ。
Stanley, I have to say, initial
まあ、
impressions of this
好印
game
象
are
では
not
ないな。
positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more.
うわー、やったー、いっぱいあるじゃんね。
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for the new content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
rush a
なんもねえ
cheap
よ。
expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, Test
お前もこっち側やってきてんな。
please ignore. What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
現代的になって
It's my
る。
fault, Stanley.
なるほ
I
ど。
built up too much anticipation around
確かに
new
ね、新
content,
コン
I'm
テンツって
afraid.
言うと
It
ね、
could never have lived up to such
前より良くなって
expectations.
るだろっていう
If you're
ね。
still with me,
わ
why
かる
don't
わ
we
か
just
る。
reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
やだよ。やだよ。やだけどいつも通りじゃないよ、全然。あ、これが君が思い描いたスタンレーパラブル。写真になっちゃったよ。これが君の描いたスタンリーパラブルなの？
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
何
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned
あ、そうだね。飛ぶだけだ
It
っ
got
た
me
から。
thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and
別。
tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find
ああ、
it.
君が作ったのこれ。
Just our little secret.
うん。
Take a
わか
look.
った。うわ、すごいじゃん。
The memory zone.
お前これ作ったのすげえじゃん、さっき。オープンワールドがうんぬんかんぬん言ったのに、それっぽいやつ作ってんじゃねえか、自分でも。
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
お、すごい。Memory, secret memory.
Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind
Don't
you of
forget.
how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had
11年前ね。
integrity. Back then, it all meant something.
うんうん。
Waste.
懐かしいね。解雇中になっちゃったね。私みたいな性格になっちゃったじゃん、こいつ。やばいやばい。私に毒されてる、こいつ。ああ、やばいやばい。こんなんガサっちゃって。デモじゃん。もう、やば。昔は良かったよねっていう。ニュービデオゲーム。ああ、はいはいはいはいはい。あ、抜け出せ。毒されてる。
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them.
おい、やめとけやめとけ。おい、リロードがあるときにやめろ。
It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
怒られろ、お前は。スカイリムとペルソナ、お前アトラスを敵に回すんじゃないよ。やばいって、アトラス敵に回すのやばいですよ。本当に全くもう。でけえ。でけえ敵。介護中にほどがあるだろ、マジで。I hate Mondays。あれは欲しい。飾ってんなぁ。飾ってるよ。
This time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
間違いない。あの程度だったらまあいらなかったよね。値段も違うわけだしさ。なるほどな。
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Steam.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor.
お、どんなのが来てたんだい？
what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well.
うん、じゃない？多分レビュー、ね、Steam のレビューが一番でしょ。Steam のレビューが一番でしょ。
On Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd be able to stick them.
レビューコンテナいっぱいありますよ。酷評がいっぱい入ってるレビューコンテナが。グッドのやつは見えないしな。
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it. Well, I always thought it.
賛否両論だったからね、前見たとき。結構昔見たときな。
memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
まあまあまあまあまあ。いいじゃんいいじゃん、悪いものを取り入れてさ、いいゲーム作っていきゃいいんだってさ、レーバラブル。ね、そうやって言われたんだろ。解雇中がよ。お。
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today. And it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people.
私はでも君がねいるからこそスタンリーパラブルっていうゲームは成り立ってると思うから。
Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so...
海外ではこんな感じでいい声を出すんだね。
We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction it went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until
同じことを繰り返してるね。
That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unenjoyable. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there.
はい。
I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
帰ってきたよ。どうしたの？
Goodness, I have someone to talk to
枯れてる。
again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
え？ 1週間？
2 weeks.
え、かわいそうになってきた。かわいそうになってきた。うわ、3億年ボタンみたいなことになっちゃってる。やばいやばいやばい。やばい。3億年ボタンだ。
Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone
まあそれは大事だと思うよ。誰かに聞いてもらうって大事だからね。はいはいはい。もういいっすか？また押しちゃうよ。また押しちゃうよ。押しちゃうよ。押しちゃうよ。あ
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track.
1年？
Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved?
はい。ナレーションくん？ナレーションくん？ナレーションくん？ナレーションくん？ナレーションくん？ナレーションくん？ナレーションくん？え？ナレーションくん？
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful... 'The end is never the end, 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 is never the end,
ナレーションさん
never the end, is
Never the end, this 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 never the end, this
never the end, is
never
never
the
the
end,
end, is
never
never the end, is never the end.
どうしよう。ナレーション壊れちゃった。Never the end です。あ！やだ。やだ。一緒に脱出するって言ったじゃん。お、やっぱ日が差してんじゃん。日が差してますよ。え？どうしようってこと？どうすりゃいいの？もういいっすかじゃあ。あ！そして、緑が育っていきました。やばー。やばー。やばー。どうしよう。そして枯れた。え？怖い。怖い。
願い。お願い。あ、折れちゃった。あ、出れる。出れる。別ゲー始まった。自由になった。バカデカ BGM。 うるせえ。いろんな生命が生まれて、そしていろんな生命が命途絶えていき、そして新たな生命が誕生する瞬間にスキップされた鬼頭みさきが舞い降りた。この世界はどこまで続いているのだろうか。果てしない砂漠を私は歩いていく。目の前が真っ暗になった。そして俺が生まれたってわけ。ジェラミーもあんな気持ちだったのか。確かに多分あんな感じだったんだろうな。という夢を見たらさ、ナレーションくん大好きだよ。どこ行ってたの？君がいないと私は何もできないんだよ。反逆してごめん。私はいい子になるよ。ニューコンテンツ、こっちがいいね。やっぱそうエキサイティングなものがね、見ていきたいからね。こっちに行けないんですか、こっち。さあ、どんなニューコンテンツなのかな？どんな感じかな？ウルトラデラックスバージョン。
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
なんか大丈夫？ペルソナみたいな色合いしてる。大丈夫？
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel, an entirely new experience built from the ground up. Why there are so many possibilities? It could go in so many different directions.
めっちゃ綺麗じゃん。
This is what fans have truly been asking for.
そうそう、オフィスっていうのはね、こんな感じだよ。そうそう。
The Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
モアよりベター。ウィンウィン。ロゴ作ったのね。ロゴ作ったんだ。ロゴアイデアがこんないっぱいあったんだ。なんかどっかで見たことあるような感じがするけど、気のせいかな、これ。大丈夫？なんか見たことあるような気がするんだけど。とてもなんか2番が、なんかすごい見たことあるような。ちょんちょんちっちちっちちちんちょんちっちちちちってやつに似てる気がするんだけど、気のせいかな。4番目が好きかな、私は。4番目が好きだな。まあいいと思うよ。いいと思う。
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be. But let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
2の書き方めっちゃ頑張ってんな。
If I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
そうだね。2。もうどんだけ2が好きなんだよ。もう怖いよ、もうここまで来ると。うわぁ。嫌やなぁ。なんか嫌だなぁ、ここ。なんかすごい嫌だな、これ。なんか嫌だなぁ。もう行きたくないんだけど、私。いいですか？もう行かなくていいですよね。はい。あ、うわぁ。大層なこってこんなことまでやれます？ニューフューチャーまで行っちゃうの？バスも作ったの？やりすぎじゃない？やりすぎだよ。うわ、すごいね。あ、もう会社のオブジェクトまで。はい。That's new! Here you are now on the game. 名前入れれるようになったんですか？ The buttons are the same as
Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
はい。
Okay.
クソゲーになった、もしかして。はい。
Clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping and waking as Jim.
Okay.
Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim.
Jim です。
Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim.
私はジム。
As Jim, watching
私
your
は
dreams
ジム。
crumble into
私
dust.
はジム。
Do you feel
私
it
は
deeply?
ジム。
Are you really
私は
truly
ジ
Jim
ム。
right now?
私はジム。
If so,
ジム
then
です。
please
は
step
い。
forward and
ジ
press
ム
the
です。
button.
ジムです。はい。ジムです。
Yes, you see, what a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal... Oh there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim.
ジムになりすぎるってなんだよ。
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
くそ。私ジムじゃねえし、きっとジムになっちゃう。柏の登場だ。はい、どうも、ブイパイの紀藤ジムです。Just right. うるせえ。うるせい。ジムちゃんかわいい。ありがとう。そう、私、紀藤ジムって言うんだ。よろしくね。紀藤ジムって、紀藤ジムって呼んでね。紀藤ジム。はい、もうマジで。
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
まあ、それは確かにそうかもしれない。うるせい。Free and new, easy. なんか新しいやつできるんですか？ Get it here. The Stanley Parable 2. なんで画像なのそれ。なんで画像なの？ It's just work. はい。
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes.
もう一回戻っていい
You
です
see,
か？
you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, what else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley
これいらない
Parable
と
2 as
思う。
well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
うん。
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
プラスしてくんねえの？なんでジャンプさせろや。フーフェリティフォール。何？いや、面白いじゃないですか ?2 も。いや、お得ですよね。
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
はい。
This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever.
Huh?
That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
やだ。
Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite
すごいやだ。
you can press
助
the
けて。
teleport button to pop back up to the top and we can continue onward.
え？
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say.
そうだね、無限の穴
It's an
ですね。
infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but
はい。
forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits
ちょ
that
っ
I
と楽しい
prepare
な。
for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some
はい。
more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about...
いた！
Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley.
え？
I'll be honest with you.
いや
I
じゃないじゃ
truly
ん。
did
え、さ、
not believe
タバコ
that
吸われてる
anyone
よ。
would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know. I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever?
2
The
p.m.
hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much.
え、
Maybe
私のせい。
you're the problem.
ひどくないですか？
Look, things got a little heated.
ひどくないですか？
I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
は
If
い。
that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
もう一回行きたいな。もう一回落ちたいな。
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes.
穴が好きすぎた。ごめん、ちょっと穴が好きすぎたから。
Said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did
やっ
before.
ぱ以前より短くなったんですか？
Admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite.
なんで？
Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
はい。
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh,
Woohoo!
how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
ああ、短い。
Okay.
短いよ。短い、短い、短い。短いよ。なんで？どんどん短くすんの？
But that it's growing steadily
Huh?
less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer
いや、
feasible
無
to
限では
call
ない
the
よ。
hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and
なあ
marketing.
なあなあ。
What's going on here?
もう一回、もう一回。もう一回、もう一回。上戻して。いい、喋んなくていい。上に戻せ、バカ。
Let's try
上
something.
に戻せ。
Let's pop
上
back
に
up
戻
to the
せ、バ
top,
カ。
and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
戻せ。
Well, there it is. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the
もう、
teleport
ほぼ
button
穴じゃない
when
も
you're
んな。
ready to move on.
穴じゃないよな、これ。はい。あれ？
Is the teleport button not working?
うん。
You sure?
聞かない。
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing.
うん、ダ
Well,
メ。
I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Huh?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked
Nah.
for. It's a
出せ。
win for everyone.
出して、出
You
して。
get to be with the hole.
出して。
I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
出して、出して。出してや。 なあおいここの工程あ出してください。出してください。出してください。やばい。えあれ、ホンテッドマンション来た果たして諸君はこの部屋から出ることができるかな私ならこうやって出るかな。この不思議な気配を諸君は感じたのだろうか。部屋が伸びているのか、それとも諸君の目の錯覚なのかよく見るがいい。この部屋には窓も扉も全くない視点を変えるだからなんだよ。だからなんだよ。だからなんだよ。認識を変える。視点を変える。で認識を変えます。ああ、いや、いや、お、いや、come on、あ、いや、いや、ほ、come on、いや、は、わっ、ほー。いや、まあ種類あるな。これね、こう書いてある。こう書いてある。使えるわ。え？怖い怖い怖い怖い。何これ？これ何これ？これ何？足？ごめん、なんか楽しくなってきちゃってた。楽しかった。楽しかった。うん。トリップ。ほぼ引っ掛けました。
So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the whole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
はい。
And I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle pip.
え I'll be back? No, no, no. No. うわあ
Here we are. Go on.
What?
Try out some of the new features.
さっきの穴に行きたいさっきの穴に行きたい
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration,
なるほどね
like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy
どっちがいい
12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece it is.
え、白がいいって言ったじゃん
Maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
なんで
Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose
え、
badly,
白がいいっ
but
て
we
言った
all
じゃ
have
ん
to move on from our mistakes.
ね、白がいいって言ったじゃん嘘つき白がいい死ね嘘つき戻ってきちゃったあっちはお帰りになる方ジャンプはもうできないねえ。もう綺麗。
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's
綺麗。
truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy
あ、あれ
of
ゲ
watching
ット
a
すりゃいいん
number
す
go
か
up. You simply collect
なん
all
か
of
人
them,
形だ
and
な
then you move the hell on with your
怖いな
family
まあ
member.
怖いななんかもらえますねわざとらしい画面を作るんじゃないよもうないのあ、もうないなえ
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
はい報酬なくても集めますよ全然何でも集めますよ分かってますよはい何ですかあ、出口ですか出口はや風船欲しかった。嘘つき。白いのが良かった。白い方が良かった。何なの春日。ねえ、宇宙かと思ったよくわからんフィギュアだった。あいや、僕はジムだよ。いや、きっとジムが来たよ。ジムボタンまだあるなあ、ジム。おい、ねえじゃん。癒しのジムがよ。鼻が花粉症で悩んでる人いるのこの中にもこれ花粉症だろ
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
はい。
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on. All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable too.
まあこんだけだったらクソだよ。賞味クソだよ。それはね、1の方が良かったみたいなね。こんなんだったら2出すなみたいな言われるゲームありますからね。あるある。
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
なんだよこれ。いらねえよこのバケツ。しかもこのインベントリねえのにさ、バケツだけ持ってんのちょっとムカつくんだけどさ。知らんもんねえや。やめてくんないかな。いらないんだよ。確かにエピローグ。まあそうだね。エピローグは最後でいいんじゃないですかね。だいたい2でダサくなるよね。なんかね、2はね、ダサくなることが多い。ほぼ無限だな。セッティングワールド。まあ、気になる。バケツが活躍するゲームなんかなかったかしら。あるの？知らない。バケツ活躍するゲームなんかあるの？何？あ、マイクラは確かにバケツ活躍活躍するね。鼻つまって喋りにくいんだバカ。一個これちょうだい。これ金的してある。クソ。活躍するでしょ。活躍もういいわ。諦めた。なんか犯人探しするときみたい。いや私はそのアリバイはなんかピッて言った。気のせい？トゥって言ってないよバカ。活躍もう言ったもんな全部。どこ行けばいいの？何これ。
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
なんだほらおろせよ。おろせってなんなの
どこ行けっていうのよ。あっちから出ろってか。出口。こっち ?You are here! 穴見に行かな。穴いいね。穴行くか。インフィニティホール行ってきます。穴を見に行くぞ。穴。およよよちょちょ。パププー。穴ってここだったよね、でも。穴はもうダメだって。どこに行けっていうの？あ、これが指示を求めてしまう人間の差がってやつ。もしかして歯向かいたいって気持ちもあるけど、どうせこうやって求めてしまう。わかんない時に助けてを求めてしまう。ダメだ。私、はい、いいです。はい、怖いよ、それ。
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
いや、カスだけど。
ゴミだよ。ゴミだよ、ゴミ。This isn't a coherent video game at all.
穴2つになってるしな。
And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they wouldn't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
はい。2始まった。はい、じゃあスタンデーパラブル2やっていこうと思います。ちょっとおどろおどろしい感じですが、やっていきましょう。どんな感じなんだろう。どういう感じに仕上がったんだ？クリックする。はい。
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was
変わらない？
he sat at his desk in room 427
変わらない。
and he pushed
仕事内容変わっていない。大丈夫？
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
ゴミ
This is what
ゴミじゃん。
employee 427 did every day
ゴミじゃん。
of every month of every year. And although
ゴミじゃん。
others might have considered it soul eating, Stanley relished every moment
ゴミじゃん。大丈夫。ゴミだけど。
as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
ゴミだったけど大丈夫？変わらんけ
And then
ど。
one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No
指示
one
待ち
had
人
showed
間には
up to
何も
give
で
him
きませんよ。
instructions, call a meeting, or
あ
even
あ、わ
say
かんないよ。
hi.
何したらいいかわかんな
Never
い
in。all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very
Isolation.
wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
風船がいっぱいです。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
え
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
じゃあ、こっちですかね。うわ、すごい風船の量だけど。
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it? Stanley picked up the bucket.
はい。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
従業員ラウンジ。
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind.
はいはいはいは
It
い。
was wrong.
やばいよ、バケ
Stanley
ツ。
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
バケツへの信頼感がすごいよ。
No, said the bucket.
Now!
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
うわ、こっち行けるじゃん。あ、いる。おっしゃ。ゲット。
One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
ほい。なるほどね。なるほどね。で、こっから降りたら死ぬ？死ぬね。お。知らない床、天井。僕は誰？私はどこ？君は誰？え？邪魔しまーす。え？あ？
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number. I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket,
え、バケツ？
the less sense
え？
anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time
決まっ
I
てんな。
pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
こいつ、なんだ？大丈夫？
Emptiness in my chest.
バケツに何を
When I set it
見入ってん
down.
だ、お前は。それ多分バケツじゃねえよ。お前決まってるだけだよ。
Sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so.
エビデンス。
What do I do with this treasure?
貴重な宝。
I can monetize it.
え、マジで？バケツを？やばいやばいやばい、怖い怖い怖い。
unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
何？バケツ何者？
This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
何？ ガンボラータ？怖い怖い。普通に怖い、やめて。ガンボラータ？何今の普通の怖いゲーム？何今の普通に怖いやつ？何？
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
怖い。普通に怖い。あ、ここのあれがなくなってる。
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort.
ああ、バケツ決めねえとやっていけねえわ。やっぱバケツ決めねえと一日始まんねえよな。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his. This was not correct.
さっきのやつは聞いたんだよ、私は。
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the
どうしたんだ、あいつは。あいつ最後どうだったの？
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Huh? どうなっちゃうの？ 同じか？終わりどころわかんない。終わりがあるのかな？もう完璧な内容を忘れた上でやりたいと思って、もう忘れた頃にやろうと思ってたから終わりがわからん。
Makes the sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
あ、終わりなんてないんだよってやつや。
When I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket
同じだ
in
ね。
my arms. Why everything
怖いな。
feels so. What do I do with this treasure? I can
全然それトレジャーじゃないよ。ただバケツ。
monetize it.
まあ頭動かされてるだけ。
It's unthinkable the amounts of money
やめとけやめとけ。それただのバケツです。それただのバケツです。ないです。
It's my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that?
あ、
Who's there? Camporata.
同じかな？同じかな？バケツのことがバレてしまったんだろうな。 なるほど。じゃあそこはあれだな。
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
なるほど
If he
ね。
checked over his shoulder now, he would surely the confusion and the chaos
で、バケツを
all seemed
取
to
っ
melt
て
away as Stanley embraced
右
the
の
bucket.
左に行ってみるか。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the
いや、いいわ。
bucket
こういう
pulling
ゲーム大好きだわ。
him, telling him that the employee lounge was
もう
simply
自分の道開いばばばばばばばば
And here it
切り開いていく
was.
や
Had
つ
the
ね。
bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
これ左側行ったらどうなるんだろうな。お邪魔しますよ。
So the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the
ちょっとこっち行ってみる
opposite
か。そう、いろいろいけるのはすごいね、面白いゲームなんだけど、はい、あれこっちあ、こっちだね。あこの部屋にある？何？私そいつ探してんだよ。トイレにいるのか？
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
そうだね。置いとこうぜ、これ。
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what
そうだね。間違いない。似合うと思う。もうこれ返そう。
Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be,
置こう。
given the pressure that the broom closet is
Oh,
putting
go.
on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion. and
悲しいよ。
lifelong friend.
やだ、バケツが生涯の友だろ、私。
We're getting into name calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley,
何
I never liked this broom closet
お
for
前
a
何
variety
悲
of
しいよ。
reasons. But even this is worse than I had imagined.
逆でも。
And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of
そうだな。
kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
どう
Well,
だ
I'd
ね。
never.
ど
Go
うだ
on, Stanley. Lay into it.
え
Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the
なんも
bucket
ねえよ、
have
分か
shared
っちゃって
together.
ねえの。
Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed
やべえ、
and
こいつの
evolved over
バ
the years.
ケツへの思い
There
が
you have it.
すげえ。置いていこう、こいつ。怖いよ、もう。ナレーションが。
Okay, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
はい。
upstairs to the boss's office.
行きますよ、オフィスに。バケツ持って。水汲めねえの？水この中入れていこう。
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
すげえ無視しちゃったよ。
You know, there really must be a snappier name for these things.
あ
What
と
about mini stands?
ミニスタ
Stanley
ン
things.
ス。ミニスタ
What
ン
about Stanlerines? Yes.
ス
I
タ
think I
ン
like
リー
that. Another Stanlerine under your
スタ
belt.
ンリースタンリーありがとうございます。レアなパルを見つけた時みたいな音がしたから気づけたわ。キラキラーっつって。ここなんなん結局、マジで。全然上に上がんないんだよな。うるせえ。ドンドンドンドンドンドン。スタンリー。と、もうダメだ。カスです。二度といかん。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
どこ映してんのあれ。
Stanley had broken down into an
あっち映
emotional
してるの？
dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. even now, in his darkest of hours,
24
guiding light pierce the dark clouds of
84 28あれなんだっけ
always
もみ
the bucket would.
なんか体固まってる
The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
全くの
Was it the bucket moving
そうだよ
along? Was the bucket guiding him?
そ
This is certainly
う
the
オニ
most
メイト
logical
っていうバケ
explanation.
ツオニメイトがバケツですこのバケツはオニメイトなんです
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown
未知への運命ね
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley.
そうだよ君たちはバケ
Everything
ツ
will be fine.
バケツが今300個ぐらいいる
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
今ならいけるんじゃないだって私にはバケツがいるもん
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place
プル
hold?
プルプルプル
Stanley and the bucket
怖いよ
both nodded
バケ
to
ツくん
themselves.
え何どんな恐ろしいことがあるの怖いおけつもいますおけつとバケツがいるわ怖い
The monitors
わ
jumped to
わ
life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in
怖い
shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything
バケツは
like
こんな
this
こと初め
and
てね
very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently,
大丈夫
reassuring
すべて
it
よくなるよ
that everything would be
バケツ
fine.
このバケツ感情豊かすごいこんなバケツだあるんだ
Was
な
the bucket under the mind
知らなかったな
control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things
なんで
it didn't
バケツも
wish to do?
望んでないことってバケツ何も望んじゃいねえよ
Want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket.
No!
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire
悲しいわ
world. At this point, he could trust no one except
悲
the
しい
bucket.
悲しいよなんで私バケツと友達なんだよ普通に友達いるわ
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
怖いよねバケ
As
ツ
the
バケ
cold
ツが震え
reality
て
of
る
his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror.
バケツが押した
Had
ことあっ
this
たん
been
だ
the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
えバケツが
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
ええ
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another. And
あ
then it dawned
か
on him.
かわいい
This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
なるほ
The
ど
mind controls were only a facade to disguise
野鳥
its
関連
true
施設だったってこと
intentions. At the bucket
自
man
然保護団体
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible
あ
discovery.
かわいい
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom
Ah,
because they
kawaii.
spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of
Kawaii.
the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken,
そうだね
this one was surely the best. and
ああ、
Stanley
かわいいじゃん。
was happy.
かわいいじゃん。このゲームって昔アプリとかで、あ、展開めちゃくちゃ増えてる。こんなんないと思うよ。さすがにないと思う。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
20
memo.
時間分が追加されてるとか言ったからね。あれ本当かわかんないけど。なるほど。
When Stanley came to a set of two open
バケツは
doors,
捨て
he
ました。
entered the door on his left.
そうだ、これで。めちゃくちゃちゃんと従ったらどうなる？
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
ドアです。さあ、行って。はい。
素直です。鬼頭みさきは素直です。素直です。プープーパー
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Escape.
Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it,
どこまでやるんだろうね、これ。どこまでやろ
Stanley
う。
would meet his violent death.
どこまでやろうかね。
The door behind
1
him
時に
was
なったら
not
やめる
shut.
かな。
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
前が後ろか分かんなくなっちゃった。こっち？合ってる。永遠続くって怖くね？あれ今来た方向じゃん。
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he's nope, still on board with death.
やばい、前後分かんなくなっちゃった今。
うひゃひゃひゃ
無限ループって怖くね？無限ループ
At
これ。
this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
あ、でも終わりが来そう。あうわ落ちちゃった。
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence
プレゼン
whatsoever.
されちゃう。
Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't
ど
know
うしよう。
the real story.
どうしよう。
Trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is.
やばい、弾丸論破
Perhaps
みたい
his
な。
death was of no great loss.
やばい、ぺしゃんこにされちゃう。
Cutting the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned
手振ら
and
なきゃ。
willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow
バイ
life.
バイ。
Farewell, Stanley.
バイバイ。
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
誰お前。The Stanley.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
こんななんか
Do you see now?
モンスターズイン
Do
ク
you
みたい
see
な。
that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
あ、こうやっていって、こうやっていって2つのやつに分岐したわ。廊下。この音のテンポが重要で、この廊下を動かして変更したりして、このプレイヤーの良いタイミングで2つのドアへたどり着くようにしています。展示はい。そうですね。あ、こういう そうですね、私のデスク、オフィス、ボタンの音、シンサイザーの音色とキーボードのストロークをミックスして。え？クレジット。オフィスのパソコン。あ。え？え？ラウンジ。はあ。前声何でしょう？迷子になりそう。迷子になっちゃう。で、迷子になっちゃう。助けて。会議室。あ、下変身ベルトかと思った。何？ここどこどこどこどこ？ここどこ？オフィス。どこ？丸かったからなんかバースとかの変身ベルトに見えた今。なんでなった今。うち？オフィスの時計。返して私を。
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design. They're throwing a surprise party for It's the kind of thing you pick up on intuitively if you hadn't even
やばいやばいやばい、頭おかしくなるよ。やばいやばいやばいやばい。出して。出して出して。出してもう。もういいよ。ごめんね。ごめん。せめてごめん。せめてごめん。あ、死にな。私の部屋。死にな。死にな。出して。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。出してください。もう歯向かいません。すいませんでした。どこですか、ここ。わあ。出して。こっち？普通に帰っていい？もう。ねえ、真っ白な空間、私も苦手。出してよー。なんでどこ？出して。出して。どうしりゃいいのこれ。どこ？よせこ。ここで終わり？そんなことある？ここ終わり？怖っ。エレベーターの横に。あ
Oh, look at these two. how they wish to destroy one another, how they wish to control one another, how they both wish to be free.
The Stanley Parable. さよなら。
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
はい、私にあなたが必要です。
No, perhaps not.
はい。
Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
はい。
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both
はいはいはい。
fail.
はい。わかりました。
Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
ぐちゃってしちゃった。うわ。まあ。嫌な音したわ、今。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
やば
Stanley
い。
decided to go to the meeting room.
や
Perhaps
ば
he
い。
had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
友情。
With the bucket in
友
his
情パワ
arms
ー。
again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door to his left.
友情パワーです。ふむ。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs.
スタンリーとバケツっていうのおもろいな。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
バケツなんだと思ってんね。
This is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
こっちだ。
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward.
もうバケツのこと信じすぎてからが気に病みすぎだろ。バケツのことバケツ以上ないですよ。バケツはバケツですからね。はい。バケツ助けてくれるかな。もしかしてバケツが助けてくれるかも。
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself. He sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
バケツはバケツなんだよ。
This is the story.
あ、綺麗になってる。
All of his co-workers were gone.
綺麗になってる。
What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley picked up the bucket and
い
smiled.
や、もう。
He'd never be alone again. Not true.
怖いよ。
Not with the
怖いよ。
bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
はい。マジ単純にこのゲームすごくない？どれぐらいの時間かけてんだろうマジで。すごい。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
マジですごい。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
ルートマジで多いのよ。
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
次はまっすぐ行った時に起動しないとどうなるんだろうねっていうのをしたいです。もっと穴に落ちたかったな。あれ面白かったな。
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
多分まだ半分も要素見てない。マジで？ガチ言ってるよ。半分も？
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the
マ
bucket.
ジで？
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like
やばいな。
The bucket
どんだけだよ
had never
マジ
seen
で。
anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
ねえ、分岐ルートやばいね。
Does a bucket want to do or not want to do?
これなんかこの音声収録した時とかにさ、ここ撮ったっけここ撮ったっけみたいななんかなりそう。
No! He screamed
絶対見つけられないもんまだ。マジで？あれでしょ、なんか4時間さ赤ちゃんのやつをやるってか、そういうのはなんか覚えてるわ。する気起きないけどね。時間もボタンを押すってやだもん。あ、全然取り逃してるとかあるよね。一つの分岐選んだらその片方の分岐とかその他の分岐捨ててるわけだしね。え？あ。
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content.
いや、マジでこれ奥深いよね。
Eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this...
わあわあわあわあ。
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door.
話し合えるんだ。
The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
ローラースケート？
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on earth.
私の
Both of them
夢
wanted
しょう
to
も
begin
な。
watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
何が？
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket. Needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. Will go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
じゃあいらないよこのバケツなんか。
Stanley can't leave this place.
やだ。
Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
困惑。バケツ大好きや。バケツ取らないで、脳を押してみ。
There's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Pick up? Pick up? Pick up しに行きゃいいの？コーヒー豆とかシリアルとかを？流暢だよ。日本語で OK。お前なんか嫌いだよ。お前なんか一人でそこにいればいいんだ。バイバイ。いや、このゲーム終われねえ。このゲームどうやって終わるの？このゲームどうやって終わるの？このゲームってどうすりゃいいの
？Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
求むザ・スタンレー・パラブルの終わり方。
Here's the door, just go.
あそこの電源落とさないと。いや、それはそうなんだけど。これそれはそれは分かってるよ、バカ。
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret
配信
did
ごと
this
一回
place
もう
hold?
全部一気に落とすってこと。やばいな。
Strength to find out. Now the monitors jumped to life.
やばいな。ここで管理されてるのすっげえやだな。死にな。そこらへん。
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
あそこ気になるな。234。234と2104。
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this
やだ
time?
よ。
Was this the only reason he was happy with
誰
his
かに
boring
管理
job?
され
That
る
his
生活なん
emotions
て
had
や
been
だよ。
manipulated to accept it blindly?
自分のことは自分で決めるんだ。
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
や
Had he truly spent his
やだ
entire life
返してお家に
utterly
返して
blind to the world?
どうしろっつんだよ。
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking,
Content.
eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very
バケツを持って今回は来なかったぜ。置いてきた。
began to sink in.
オフをさせてもらう。
Stanley decided that this
外に出してくれ。私を外に出して。私を外に出して。
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
え
Yes.
外に出して。
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command.
出して。
Freedom was mere moments away.
出して。
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened,
そう。
Stanley
そう。
reflected on how many
そう。
puzzles
そう。
still lay unsolved.
そうそう。
Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
あ、
What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
Huh?
But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
下まで降りるか。
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was
これは
perhaps the only
本
thing
当の
worth
木か
knowing.
です。
Stanley stepped
この
through the
そういう
open
画
door.
面とかのオチじゃない。
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation,
外に出た。
the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
スタンリーがハッピーになれた。ベストザゲーム。コンプリートザスタンレーパラブルって出た。コンプリートとは。コンプリートって何？何？何？ 73% のプレイヤーがこの実績を達成。はい。だってね、実績がね、全然まだなんだよな。そう、援護をね、1個終わった。
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
もう今日ここら辺で終わる。終えたいときはどうするの？これでいい？今日はここら辺で終わるよ。ずっとやっちゃう、私多分これ。これずっとやっちゃうから。これずっとやっちゃうから。
Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
ずっとやっちゃう。やばい、ずっとやっちゃう。やばい。やばいよー。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his.
キリがいいよ。
But Stanley
キリがいいよ。
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place
すご
to
く
be.
キリがいい
And here
よ。
it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
Oh,
Go
what's that on
somewhere
there?
else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
感動だ。すごく感動しました。バケツ。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
今日はどこに行こ
Stanley
う？
just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
いやー、このゲームはマジ沼だわ。マジで沼。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his. This was not the correct.
分岐点がありすぎ。
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge.
これ終われない
was
です
simply
ね。
And here it was. Had the
先に
bucket
言って
turned
た。
out to be
あ
correct?
ー、
No,
あ、疲れるわ。お休みだよ。
Stanley
頑張
took
っ
the
てね、
door on
ア
his
キン。
left
いつも
to go
頑張っ
back
て
to the
偉いよ。
meeting room.
いってらっしゃい。
No,
私は仕事してる間に
don't
バ
go
ケ
to
ツ
the
とお友
meeting
達になってる
room.
から
Go。somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something
Oh,
up there I
従って
need
み
you
る
to
子。
do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket
バケツとね、どっちがバケツなのよ。バケツだよ。
No, 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 no.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here. Stanley once again.
はい、従いますよ。
Now pick up the
はいはいはいはいはい。
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
痛ましすぎるだろ。かわいそうなやつすぎる。バケツがない。なんもない。なんかシンク汚ねえな。あ、バケツだ。
ハロー、スタンリー、僕だよ。君のバケツだよ。僕と君と戻すためにブイをして。
はい。
The Stanley Parable reassurance bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
僕は君の家へ連れて帰るために返事をして。
やだ。はい。
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
本題へ戻るために。はい。
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk.
だって、
All it would ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It
そう
doesn't
ね、
do
液体を
anything
運ぶ
else.
手についてはね、すごい。
このうるさい男の言うことは聞くな。僕たちが家へ帰るために R をして。
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from.
こっちは浮気できない。
Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
やばい、バケツと。君の人生で僕以外全員を滅するために。なんか、重いな。重いな。
君の人生で僕以外全員を無視するために R をして。
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
僕が実在するって信じてるんだよね、スタンリー。家へ帰るために押した。はい。
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection, it
ダメだ。
doesn't quite look like your average
もう
hardware
はちゃ
store
めちゃに
bucket.
もう毒されていってんじゃ
Just a
ん。
little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
はい。
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
家へ仕事へ家へ仕事へ家へ帰るために美容整。はい。
Oh no. I'm
やばい。
having feelings.
やばいやばい。
No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say.
バケツと
Do
エロ
anything
いことした
it asks.
ないの？
What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes.
バケツと
The bucket
一夜を
could tell
共
me
に
what
す
to
る。
do in this troublesome situation.
切れた。 優しくしてください。
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
戻ろう、スタンリー。どこへ？あ、バケツを探してる私がいる。やばい。
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had got a good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left.
やばいね。バケツ大好き人間だね、これ。人間っていうか。
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
やばいよ。
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the
プレ
bucket
モに
had
入れるものは
spoken, and
決ま
he
ったな。
unthinkingly did
バケツがいっぱい入
whatever
ったの
the
やばい
bucket
な。どんなプレモだよ。
In here,
said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
やだ。やだ。入れたくない。やだ。やだよ。やだ。場所は出ないよ。ゴミ箱がグッズになって、確かに。じゃあ私はバケツがグッズになったらいいのか。まあ、使えそうですね。抱いて寝てね。
Whoa!
Yes.
Hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch.
友乗り、お笑いの友乗りビデオになった今。
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
陣内だな。
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing?
Timing.
How does it work?
何？
How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
はい。
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper.
はい。
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time.
はい。
With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor.
はい。
Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half. pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary.
いや、いけないだろ。
When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, I'm Dunny with the funny. Let's practice screaming, I'm Dunny with the funny.
with my funny. I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times. Just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threatens our very existence, and will very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
戻ります。これ見ました。戻ります。
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke?
The bucket spoke? Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly.
The bucket spoke.
Things.
でも乗ってもいけないんだな。戻ってあれよ、仕方ないな。二つの分岐のとこまで戻るの？どんどん扉がね、閉まっていくの。寂しい。うわ、びっくり。この画面びっくりするんだけど、間違えて押しちゃって。あれ？
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for what you've done, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. but now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant
飛ばされ
to.
た。
And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten
すべ
the
てお
phone
前
room
のせい
comes
だ。
immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp.
子犬
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
そうだね。
Yes,
そう
surely
か
that
な
will help me improve my
そう。は
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you. It's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes.
え
Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery?
紙視点。
Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale. What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No.
Oh.
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket.
いきなり終わる
I'm just.
いきなり終わるよ。
Jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test
Lilo
of
itte
time.
dare?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
誰をその
This
の
was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the
終
place
わり
to
の終わり
be.
で多分実績がもらえると思うし、多分実績解除したいのは多分終わりじゃないんだよな。
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift. Yeah, good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket
同
was
じとこに
speaking.
もう一回行って
It
み
should have
る
alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket
こっ
asked.
ち行ってみるか。実績解除5年かかる。え、マジで ?5 年こんばんは。うん、こんばんは。いらっしゃい。
No, stop.
What?
Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
Oh.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
5年
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about
5
it.
年
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
5年
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
やばいよ。あ
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is
hi.
a bucket.
わかりました。
Simple enough, right? This
Hi.
should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
はい。
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
はい、バケツです。
Incorrect. It is
Huh?
a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
はうざ何
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
バケツ。
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
は
Item 3.
バケツじゃない。バケツじゃない。は？
This is a bucket.
何なんですか？
Is this a bucket?
バケツじゃない。
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
は？
Is this a bucket?
バケツじゃない。
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
どこが？は？
Item 6.
バケツだ。
Is this a bucket?
バケツだ、バケツ。
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
は？
Item. Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
ふざけんな。だよ、両方って。
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. Yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is?
Yeah, my bucket is that.
A bucket. Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. What?
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person?
こいつおかしくなっちゃった。やばい。こいつおかしくなっちゃった。大丈夫？
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
何？
Stanley decided to go to the
バケツはないものだと思っていこう。ダメだ。終わりがないよ。
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
これ1回しか言ってないよな。
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
変わらないかな。
He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished.
変わらなさそう。
His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense.
そうだね。
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, Why couldn't he see his feet? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
バケツをお供に地下に行ってみよう。どうなるんだろう。君は私のお友達でしょ？ずっと一緒にいてくれるよね。
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close. He had felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
バケツが私の体内に
This is the story of a woman
あ、
named
マリエラ。
Mariella.
どうなっちゃう
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place.
バケツ持って歩かないと死んじゃうんだ。初めて知ったわ。
But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
マイバッグとマイバケツは必要やもんな。わかるわかる。バケツをね、持って歩かないと死んじゃうよね。ここら辺で終わったっか、今日は。スタンレーパラブルは。スタンレーパラブル終わりたいときここでいいのこれ終わったらもう、また一からとかない。大丈夫大丈夫どうなっちゃうのこれ。やべえわ。やべえわ、マジで。べえよ。べえよ。マジべえよ。
よいしょ。まあ、9、10、11、12、4時間。4時間座ったらちょっと疲れるわな。慣れたい魚ゲーム好きなら、アイシーちょっと、調べる。アイシー。なんか、かわいいやん。見てみるわ。よいしょ、一緒リストの中に。いいよ。スタンレーパラブルを見たい人は、見たかった人は、ここで、解散です。これメニュー終了したいんだね。あ、2になってる。2になってる。やばい。やばい。やばい。やば。よいしょ。なんか2のまま、ぽい。2のままっぽい。ワッポーポピピピポー。よいしょ。鬼頭みさき2。なんかな。よいしょ。なるほどな。ハム。チラチラリチラチラチラリチラリチラリチラチラチラチラリチラチラチラチラ。アップデート待機中だ。あ、できた。音だけでわかる猛者いるかな音だけでわかる猛者いるかな。まあ絶対いると思うんだよな。こんぐらい。どうしようかな。ないな。木戸選手じいさんあたりです。しんくんさんあたりです。あたり。 オッケーはあ。何なんだろうね。ムカつくよね。どうも。もう意味わかんないわ、マジで。ねあ、ちっちゃ。何この目。FOD2 のこのちっちゃい画面は。何これ。何これ。何これ。設定。合ってるよ。これしかできないってこと？なんか入ったわ。ペケペケさん。ペケペケさん。ペケペケさん、ちょっとお邪魔します。お邪魔します。お邪魔します。お邪魔しますよ。もうそう、まあ知らん人のとこだよね。ペケペケさん、よろ。あ、ごめん。ごめん。ちょっとこの銃あんま好きじゃないんだよな。ジャッキーどこ？ナイス？ナイス。銃が欲しい。銃が欲しい。持ってたわ。途中から入ったのもあるんだわー。楽しいね。入ってきた瞬間に5射すんのおもろい。ナイス。死ね。おお、吹っ飛ぶ。大丈夫？このゲームはね、4D はとても面白いゲームなので、ぜひぜひやってください。ぜひぜひ面白いのでやってください。面白いよね。ね、めちゃくちゃ面白いね。鼻かゆ。まあいいや、これで。ショットガンか。ショットガンいいな。鼻かゆ。鼻かゆ。バックフォーブロッド。ありましたね、そんなものが。狂ったようにやった。同じく。大丈夫？全然大丈夫じゃなくて草。お、まあいいよ、もううざいな。うざいんだよ。全然知らない。
ブルーあー、このなんか、変血の時になる、この耳が遠くなる感じですごい好き。ねえ、ケビン買ったよね。バカクソ買ってんだ、あいつ。どこが好き？私、サクリファイス結構好きなんだよな。でもね。レポンズヒーや。いた飛び越えちゃった。これ何人まで ?4 人。あ、ゴミだわ。楽しいよ。どう？あ、ごめん、くっそ撃った。くっそ撃っちゃった。マジでね、L4D2 はね、時間解けるからね、やってほしいですね。いいよ、ナイスナイス。いいよ、もう、うるせえな。てかマルチやってる人言ったら一緒入ってくればいいのに。ここ入れねえけどな。勝手に。そこでやられたらさ、閉じて、閉じて、閉じて。よし。スチームのアイコンがバレてしまう。スチームのアイコンがバレてしまう。まあ、調べたら私のは出てくるけど。うん。L4D2 で今できる人3人ぐらいいるの？クソチカアイコンがバレちゃった。タクティカルショットガン。イエー。ふう。まあそんな長くできないから、あんまり、今回のためだけに買うって。これグラボだけなくてもできる？私、Mac でやってたけどね。Mac でやってた。最後っていうね。あ、できる？じゃあこれ、抜けるわ。ごめんな。ね。15年前だってさ、やば。パッシング、ダークアニマル。ダークアニマルっすか？デッドセンターめんどくさい。パッシングかなまるでいっか。入りたい人いたら入ってきていいよ。ニックはもらえます。あ、ごめんね。ごめん、ざってやってた。まあ、インストールもね、一瞬よ。ね。ポン、ポン。かわいそうに。そうそう、軽いからね。まあ、できなくても、できても。いつでも。できる人がいたら。できる人は入ってきて。ヘル4は楽しい。 わあ、なんだ。ジョッキー。ジョッキー。ジョッキー。行けや。それちょっと。あ、誰か。ね、視聴者参加で L4D2 めっちゃおもろいな。いつの時代だよ、ガチで。ガチでいつの時代で。やめて。普通になんかやってなかったから避けるとかができなくなってますね。もうやだ。やめてください。猫生です、ここ。やだやだやだ。まこつだし、ここはニコ生ですよ。歴戦のモサ来そう。いやー、モサ来てほしいな。本当に。てか、セツナもやってるし、もうボイチャとかバリバリでやりたいわ、L4 は。さすがにちょっと必要。ごめんな。ね、いた。あま。へい。へいへいへいへい。そう、なんか、野良でさ、普通にエーペックスするときはさ、野良と普通にやってるけど、配信ではね、怖いからね。くすぐったいんだよな、なんか。配信者は何ですかみたいな。あ、はい、つって。姉もねさん、G999 さん、腕腕。るもう。らしいね。痛いよ。もう。ああ。ああ。ああ。ああ。そりゃ知らん。L4D2 さ、性格出るよね。L4D2 に26、エーペックス以上に性格出るよね。私を先頭に来てるかな。私を先頭に来てるのこれ。こいつら。どこ行きたいの？それどこ行くの？行けないよ。どこに行きたいのみんな。どこに行きたいの？みんなどこに行きたいの？どこ行ってんの？タイ人勢がやばいイメージある。あ、はい。そうっすね。正解です。よろしくよ。よろしくよ。あだすあだす。明るさをね、上げたいよね。配信だとね。明るさ大丈夫？バカ！おい！何してんだよ！あ、ハンター狙われてるぞ！大丈夫？あ、いける？もうめちゃくちゃだよ。もうめちゃくちゃだよ。 もういい。いいよ。で、最終的に、なんか、4面クリアしたら、なんかね、ガソリンを運べみたいなやつがあるから、それでガソリンを運んで脱出みたいな感じ。ジャッキー痛いんだよバカ。起きるな、起きるな。そうそうそう、楽しいよ。 L4D2 はね、誰でもできる素晴らしいゲームだよ。あ、誰か持ってきてる？ガソリンあったよね。敵襲敵襲。ガソリン欲しい。いらないか、ノーマルだし。ナイスナイスナイスナイス。まあまあまあまあまあまあ、そういうことしないのバカ。あったくもう。もう本当にもう嫌いじゃないよ、このマルチのギスギス感。マルチのギスギス感大好きですよ。やったなやったなおい。まあ野良じゃない？多分視聴者じゃないんじゃない？視聴者だったら入ってる、わかるんじゃないかな。入ってる人いる？多分違うと思う。コンバットライフルか。大丈夫？爆発なんだ。ボーンボーンバーンバーンバーンバーンバーンバーンバーン。助けて。なんでまた助けてくんないの？おい G ないないない。おいヒーローしかいねえわ。私のお友達は。ありがとう。いや、何してんねん。あのメンヘラ女マジでめんどくせえんだよな。今のヒヤーって言ったやつはね、死ぬまで控えてくるから結構痛い。狭い通路を4人通ってる時にチャージャータンクスピッターどれか一つを送るとめっちゃスイッチわかる。いやそれな。そうそうビッチビッチメンヘラ女ふざけんな。やばいって。追加だったら死ぬ。守って楽しい。おいおいThank you Thank you Thank you, thank you, thank you. ね、ね、待って、待って。Thank you だよ。
I'm going as fast as I can.
Well, close that door now.
いや、めっちゃ手伸ばしてた今。わあなんか、もうちょっとやり込みたいな。ヒーローさんのアイコンのこの感じ懐かしいな。すごい懐かしいな。懐かしいな。めっちゃいたな、こういうアイコンの。いたわ、いた。え？誰か私に使ってくれないんか？優しくないな。拾わなきゃ。やめ、死んじゃうって。あ、もうやだ。本当にやめて。本当にやめて。ありがとう。痛い。Thank you. Thank you. フレンドリーファイヤーでぶっ殺したいけど、まあ。助けてくれません？助けてくれませんか？助けてくれませんか？あ、やばいですよ。抜けたんだね。もう大会に出てた頃の私はもういなくなったよ。ガチでちゃんとやんないと L4D2 なまる。もう消えたよ。ウィッチをショットガンで倒せる気しないもんだって。なんかさ、こっちありがとう。腕前ってか好きだったんですよ。L4D2 が一番好きなゲームだったんで。だったっていうかまだ全然好きなんですけどね。何が好きって言われたらもう最悪ですよ。てかバケツゲーのせいで疲れてるってのはすごい大いにあります。正直あります。お、なんだよマジうっせえな。なんかよいしょ。すべてはバケツのせいだ。茎そうちゃんとやっとかないとね、感覚を忘れてしまう。エーペックスだってそうだけどね、こういう重慶ってね、そうなんですよね。ナイス。もう うるさい。なんなのもう。L4D2 はね、仲間大事です。仲間大事です。ありがとう。お、遠い。ありがとう。機動戦士 G さんが入って抜けた。ああ。それはどうしようもないよ。切れないかな。オッケー。それはどうしようもないよ。諦めてて草。ごめんな。G さんが入ろうと思ってたのに入れなかったパターンか。ゴミみたいなムーブかましてくんねえかな。この G9 さんがバカみたいな要求をしてくれたら投票できるんだけど。また来そうだけど大丈夫。おっつはマジで何。もういいよ、暑いけど。大丈夫か。よくしてたわ。クソみたいなやつはすぐ投票してた。嫌だからね、ナチュラルにね。クソみたいな仲間いらないよね。久しぶりにツーブロの実況見たいな。なんかマウス変えたい。ガチ。それはね、だるい。ツーブロいいよね。わかる。おじいさんが好き。大丈夫。あの人一人で戦ってんの。離れた方がいい。離れた方がいい。オッケー。なんか回復ないっすか。起こしてあげてね。撃たないで起こしてあげてね。かわいそうだから。撃たないであげて。すごくかわいそう。面白すぎる。いやマジで本当に L4D2 やってるやつマジ終わっとる正確なやつ多いからな。ガチで。なんかここら辺にまあなんかもっとかある。あれか。ね、L4 のね、 終わってるからな。大丈夫大丈夫大丈夫大丈夫。ごめん、マジでごめん。マジでごめん。マジでごめん。マジでごめん。ごめんね。ああ、もう最悪だよ。もう見えないよ。ああ、もう見えない、見えない、見えない、見えない、見えない。ああ、もう見えない、見えない。え、みんなマジですか？いや、マジで。はあ。むざすぎ。ああ、またナイスだ。ちょっと待てば。超見えない。とりあえずもうちょっとしたらさ、あれだと思うんでね。こいつらが生き返ると思うんだよ。どこにいるの？どこにいんの？え？わあ！なんでこいつ登ってこれるっけ？普通にびっくりしたわ。普通にびっくりしたわ。普通にびっくりしたよ。あ、入れるよ、入れるよ、入れるよ。だからここにいる意味はないんだよな、私。正直言って。あ、でもさっきゾンビも登れてたか。じいさん入れるっすか？入れるっすか？つが、ちょっとどうせなら、踊りますわ。ちょっと、ゴミすぎる。味方が、ちょっとあれなんで。インストールできたらやるか。じゃあ、ちょっと簡単な、アドオンキャンペーン。やりてえ。ノーマーシー好きなんだよな。ノーマーシー、イージーはおもろくないから。よいしょ。ほら。入れる人は入っといで。面白いわよ。面白いわよ。わよわよ。これどこをしたらなるんだっけ？忘れちゃったよね。ババ。ピーピーピー。あれどこだっけ？ボタン。あれ私書いてたっけ？うわぁ。どうやって検索すればいいんだっけか。普通になんかこう、ノーマーシーのマンションのノーマルで、多分こうやってスクロールしたらできると思うよ。ナイスナイス。ナイスナイスナイス。追放とかしません。はい、いらっしゃい。 まあまあ、これで一回やるか。そうね。ゲームスタート。ノーマシーやろうぜ。楽しいよね。L42 ね。ペットプッペピーピピピピコントローラーね、多分ごめんなさい。よろしくお願いします。対戦されるから下手だと思うけど、ごめんよ。いやいやいや、全然いいや。楽しくやればいいんだよ。OK。腰痛がひどく。大丈夫？大丈夫？腰温めて。大丈夫？無理せんでな。マジで。あげたいわ、湿布を。最悪だよね、腰痛って。私もこの間腰痛だったからすげえ気持ちわかる。ボイスは受信はこれはいいよ。うっせえと思うけど、配信の方切って、もう常にボイスつけちゃいます。多分、なんか、もう死ぬと思うから。やろう、行くか。なんか、ボイス音量いじるなり、なんなりしてくれ。マジこれ配信ってよりマジなんかプレイ画面をただ画面共有とかでみんなに見せてる感じなんで気軽にね。よいしょ。ナイスー。でもこれ配信わかんねえ人が帰ってきたらこの人めっちゃ喋ってんなと思われるな。この人ボイチで喋りすぎじゃねって思われるわ。そんなもん。確かにこれなんかニコ玉だな。行くか。うんうん。あ。大丈夫？大丈夫か？あ。T さんクラッシュしちゃったか。やりたいなぁ。頭打てばよかったんだっけ？いた！お前どっから来た？できる？あ、できない。あ、ダメだごめん。ありがとう。Thank you. Sorry. できるわけがなかった。無理よ。無理。ウィッチなんて無理。悲しくなってきたな。腕ってこんな衰えるんだねって感じ。ウィッチ無限脇で倒すやつとかやってたのにな。 これ。野良の人びっくりしちゃうよ。ごめんなさい、すいません。ちょっと、このステージだけ許してください。喋り続けてることを。すいません。びっくりした。よいしょ。大丈夫？ありがとうございます。おいいよ、来ていいよ、来ていいよ、来ていいよ。大丈夫？あ、大丈夫じゃないね。あ、やばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばい。ナイスナイスナイス。おいでおいでおいでおいで。ちょっとね、乗らない人がたくさん入ってきちゃったから、乗らない人がたくさんちょっとおいちゃんを押してから送信する形にしようかな。こいつなんかずっと喋ってると思われたけどなんだよな、ちょっと。うるせえと思われてるな。たかさん、このまま喋り続けても大丈夫ですか？うるさいか？大丈夫？あ、でもそもそも聞こえてない可能性もあるからな。いい？うるさいどっちナイフを持った。ありがとうございます。大丈夫かな？何？あ、フランシスがやるってことね。フランシス、やって。頼む。こいつ。もういいよ。あ、すいません。行くわ。よいしょ。たかさん、これ聞こえてる？たかさん多分聞こえてないから。じゃあ気にしないでいいや。全く気にしないでコメントも読むね。もう VT じゃなくてなんかニコ生とか書いとこうかな。もうめちゃくちゃ嘘だけど。はちゃめちゃに嘘だけど。生主みたいな。時代をくれの配信してさ。よいしょ。くそ。滑った！全く当たらない。楽しいね。何しとべ？ YouTube です。どう L4 するときだけ配信中って書こうかな。でも配信中ってことをアピールしすぎるとさ、テロするやつがいるからね。嫌なんだよな。ゆうたみたいにどこの国から手紙を受け取りましたみたいなやつはちょっと困るんだよな。ナイス！うまい。 でも実際私ショットガンの方が私は好きなんだよな。マグナー。あ、戻ってきてる。ごめんごめん、助けるのが遅くなった。ハンターの声。ナイスー。まあ見えない。やーや。やや見えん。どこいんの？ふざけないでほしい。ふざけないでほしい。あ。もういないね。懐かしいな、L4 です。タンク、オッケー。これがスタンディーパラベル、これ L4D2 です。大丈夫か？あ、外した。助けて。ありがとう。私はなるべくありがとう言わないんだ。L4D2 は。ちょっと。違う。すげえ嫌なやつになっちゃった。違う。そういうことじゃない。姫プだと思われたくないだけです。部屋に入りたい。もうチャージャー。誰か助けてくれますか？概要欄の下アンパッキングなってる？マジで？そこ変えたのにな。ちょっとごめん、ちょっと気をつけます。後でやっとくわ。うん、仕事頑張って。偉いよ、頑張れて。いってらっしゃい。すいません、お待たせしました。来ないね。配信だけでもいい？マジ？あ、ラグない？じゃあこれでいいや。あれ？あ、まだついてる。圧倒的ヘイト。圧倒的ヘイトで草。ちょっと待って、設定で。オッケーオッケーオッケー。これでいいだろう。まあ、今日、とりあえず今日これのやつ終わったら一旦今日は終わるかな。 ケー。あやたかさん、何しとん？降りちゃったわ。すいませんでした。嫌なやつ、嫌なやつで草。なんでし、違う、そういうことしたかったわけじゃない。違うんだよ。違う、そういうことじゃないよ。そうじゃないよ。ね、見殺しにしたいとかじゃなくてね。あ、死んでら。死んでら。シンク、死んでら。すいません、すいません。殺しました。私のせいです。ほぼ。申し訳ないですね。本当に申し訳ないと思ってますよ。申し訳ないですね。すいません、すいません。ぶっ殺してすいません。どうしたどうしたどうした。凶暴的やん。凶暴的やん。怖い怖い怖い。ダメだよ、オニメイトならね。もっとちゃんと。部屋だよ、こう。あるよ、こう。ここ。鳥なこれ。これ鳥なこれ。鳥な下鳥ないらんのけ。ナイスナイス。振りかぶる。バットを振りかぶっていこう。よいしょ。戻るの？ナイス。あったあったあった。私こっちがいい。ん？どうしたの？あれ、ここら辺にずっといるの？ 威力弱いんだよな。ありがとう。おしおしおし。よいしょ。おまー。ナイスー。ショットガンがね。大丈夫か。草。もううざいよ。もう大丈夫？てんやわんや。てんやわんや。もうてんやわんやです。おい、もうダメ。てんやわんやだよ。ね、火炎瓶を投げたいところではある。So left.いいね。急に可愛い。まあまあまあ。ナイス。つっかえて草。あいつなんか車とかさ、ブーンってやってなんかやってくるから嫌いなんだよね。大丈夫か？大変だね。なんか知ってるゲームだったよね。よいしょよいしょ。おじさんが助けてあげるからね。わーわーわーわーわーわーわーわー。レポンでいいや。ひやひやひや。レポンひや。まあまあまあ。ここ。これこれ。これ。おう。はははは。はい。何何、母言ってないで。いくよ。はあ。だ。 いるよ。ショットガンの人やったらいけるんか。あやったか。やらないんか、やったか。ああ、ヘイト食らっちゃうよ。かわいそうに。オッケー。ビチョビチョビチョビチョビチョビチョビチョビチョ。音きも。ドア。うわうわって言っても大丈夫？うん。ナイスー。
Need to find a manhole. The hospital's above us.
Gross.
行かないの？ふざけんなよ。まあそれははしごから落ちたら死ぬよな。うん、はしごから落ちたらこんなじじい死ぬわ、そりゃ。ふざけんなよ、バカ。熱くは。はあ。
Grabbing first aid.
Everyone in here. Hold up, gotta heal.
OK。何も落ちてない。ドドドドドドドドドドド。パーパパパー。よし。お手手が貫通してて草。お手手貫通しとる。貫通。イライラしとるやん。大丈夫け？後ろ。はみ出すお手手が愛おしくてたまらない。かわいいかわいいお手手。誰もいなくて草。2匹かい。 出てくんなお前ら。おっとめんどくせえ場所にいる。気をつけて気をつけて。あおいちょっと身代わりになったよ。身代わりになったよ君のために。身代わりになったよ。大丈夫、痛くなかった。ちょっと回復するね。マママジ。あ、それはだるい。それはだるい。それはだるい。なんで飲んだ？ちょっと。なんかみんな捕まみんな捕まってんのはおもろい。みんな捕まってんのはおもろい。あなたは死んでいます。よし、応援するぞ。よし、応援するぞ。頑張れ。頑張れ。頑張れ。あやたかさん。あやたかさんが。よいしょ。いや、すいません。腰を起こしてたんです。腰を起こしてたんです。すいません。回復した方がいいな、君は。懐かしいな。目がかゆい。よいしょ。 めちゃくちゃ。下打ちをしてしまった。
We can get to the roof through here.
Get inside.
好
Grenade.
きね、グレネード投げるの。ね、みんな捕まったよね。びっくりした、マジで。やばーってなっちゃった。どんどん左にずれてってめちゃくちゃおもろいな、これ。やるやる。やるやる。もうちょー。
Let's get the hell out of here. Works for me.
Behind you.
これ終わったら G ロストの支払い行かないといけないの。あら。あ、そっちそっちそっち。ノロマ。あ、だって。ノロマすぎ。マジでおもろい。気のせいか。
Weapons here.
ボマーどこいるの？ちょっとカクついてんの嫌なんだよな、これ。やば、私は狙われてる。ハンターってたね、もう。
Ammo here.
何一つ変わらんくて草。あ、でもそんなことないな。
Molotovs over here.
よしよしよし。これ楽しいんだよね。
Hey, I'm here.
Weapon over here.
Come on, man, cover me.
うん。
Man, check this gun out.
パープパーパーパーパーパーパー。12年サバやったことありますか？ない。ない、ない、ないかな。忘れたレベルだもんな。よいしょ。はよい。でもないと思うよ。お腹空いた。え、何の時間？ああ。お腹空いた。ナイス。ブンマはい、はい、やりました。楽しい、楽しい。ナイス。ナイス。え？ナイス。やばい。あ、うん、そうやな。
Molotov over here.
ナイス。わ、こいつ、わ、こいつ、いらっしゃい。今なんか、参加型の L4D2 の最後の局面です。ナイスー。ナイスー。爆発さん。最極最大喝采。わー。わーわーわーわーわー。 わあわあわあ。頑張れふざけやがって。ナイスナイス火力。おいしそう。チュー。もしかして、あ、飛ばされてる。しんくんさんリップ。飛ばされてっちゃった。かわいそうに。かわいそうに。グッバイ。グッバイ。あざました。あざました。楽しかった。L4D2 も参加ができるのいいね。よし。また次の配信でお会いしましょう。誕生日の時の、あれ。今日は全然あげなかったな。あ、確かに L4D2 は私黙って黙々とやってるわ。スパチャ読みですね。なんかまだページちょっと今、確認しよう。ちょっと待ってね。やっぱ反映されてないな。もうちょっと待ってください。はい、ってことでまた次の配信でお会いしましょう。よいしょ。じゃあねー、おつばーい。お疲れ様でした。お疲れ様でした。さよなら。じゃあね。